Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Tiefenk, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, members of the public. Today is Tuesday, July 12th, 2022. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs.
Present.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche absent, and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Assistant Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. At this time, we will go to item number 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police. Welcome, Chief Moore.
Good morning, Commissioner President Briggs, Commissioner Vice President Decker, Commissioner Bonner, Commissioner Sobroff, Mr. City Attorney, Inspector General Sibley. As I do each week, I'm going to give a COVID-19 update first and then move into significant events, crime, and our personnel strength. Since we last met, which was on the 25th of June, we have seen an increase of 267 additional cases. This is much mirroring what we're seeing across the county, a week-over-week increase and a 41% increase from last week. We have a total now of 6,535 of our overall membership who have been COVID positive. 5,136 are sworn members and 1,399 are a civilian workforce. Of the new cases that are been reported, overall 79% have been previously vaccinated. The current numbers for at home are 340 of our personnel. This is a reduction from last week. And overall, we've had 5,825 of our people that have suffered from a COVID infection and have recovered. I'm grateful that there are currently none of our members are hospitalized, and the average absence from the workplace remains between 9 and 10 days, again, following CDC and California and OSHA guidelines in regards to the quarantine period. And as to significant events, I want to first report on the 4th of July, our firework reduction program. That period has not yet closed, but it goes from June 1st each year to July 15th. But in that we did pass the most significant period, which is the 4th of July weekend. I thought it's time to go ahead and update you as where we're at. First of all, in regards to fireworks that have been recovered, more than 2 tons of fireworks have been recovered year to date during this firework reduction program. We've had 31 arrests, 19 citations. I want to thank the public for the more than 1,400 online firework calls. Those are calls and complaints relative to illegal fireworks here in the city. We've had, regarding the weekend and during this period, 1,232 calls for service, pointing the dangerousness of these illegal fireworks here in the city of Los Angeles. We had 2 reported brush fires, 2 grass fires, 23 structure fires, and 32 trees that caught on fire as a result of fireworks. We're still gathering the information from LA Fire as to injuries. And while I'm not aware of any deaths within the city of Los Angeles, I'm aware of a widely reported one here in the Los Angeles basin. However, I'm also aware of at least 2 injuries, significantly one involving a bottle rocket and the other one involving an M80 and a young child, which that firework blew up in her hand and has resulted in very critical injuries to her. So this period again continues to show the unfortunate circumstances here in Los Angeles, where all too often too many Angelenos are involved in this activity, and it becomes dangerous and deadly at times as well. The other matter I want to report on is a more upbeat matter, and that is the LA Business Journal 2022 Women's Award was held just on, I believe it was on the 29th of June. I attended the luncheon where we saw 5 of our personnel that were nominated for this award: our Director Liz Rhodes, our Police Administrator Anne-Marie Sauer, Commander Ruby Flores, and Deputy Chief Amada Tingarides, and Lieutenant Shannon White. All were amongst the cast of leaders here in the Southern California area that were recognized by the LA Business Journal at this luncheon. And the Champion of Women honoree for the Los Angeles Business Journal was Ruby Flores, Commander Ruby Flores. So proud of our representation, the women, the leadership within this organization, the impact they have on policing and on this department and public safety, and as evident was shown here, the impact they're having upon women in leadership roles across Southern California. During this last 2-week period, we did see 3 officer-involved shootings, as well as 2 law enforcement-related injuries and 1 canine contact. In detailing those circumstances, I'm going to articulate them in order in which they occurred. First one was on June 18th at approximately 9:30 at night. On that date, an hour earlier, patrol officers assigned to Northeast Hollenbeck Newton Central Olympic and 77th Division. And this report is from outside the last 2-week period, but it was a late report, and I'll give the circumstances why as I give my explanation. But numerous units from throughout the central and south part of the city responded to an officer needs help call at a construction site due to a large group that was gathering for an unpermitted concert in the Hollenbeck area. Approximately 200 unruly persons were there and at the location throwing fireworks, rocks, and bottles at initial officers who had responded. A skirmish line had been established. Following several dispersal orders by the officers for the crowd to leave the area, officers moved in to disperse the crowd, and while dispersing it, several suspects began throwing lit fireworks at officers, which caused the deployment of 40mm less lethal launchers in defense of those officers. At approximately 9:30, an unknown male suspect was observed throwing fireworks at officers, and an officer assigned to the Northeast area observed him doing so and advised an officer nearby who was assigned a 40mm launcher of the individual's location. This officer from Newton area discharged 1 40mm less lethal round munition at the unidentified suspect. Simultaneously, an individual identified as Joseph LaRocca, later identified as Joseph LaRocca, a male white, 42 years of age, stood in the foreground at the base of a dirt mound next to the suspect who was attempting to light this firework. Subject LaRocca was struck in the face with an unknown object and left the location. The following day, Mr. LaRocca went to the hospital for the injury he sustained at the incident and was hospitalized. Hollenbeck Patrol Division was notified of the hospitalization, and a supervisor went to investigate. That supervisor then notified Force Investigation for an on-scene assessment. Unfortunately, Mr. LaRocca, according to the reports, was uncooperative with the FID investigation as to how and when he sustained his injuries. Force Investigation Divisions began reviewing body-worn video of all the officers that responded to the incident to determine if this was a law enforcement-related injury. In other words, if the injury he has sustained, Mr. LaRocca, was at the hands of the department. On July 6th, a Force Investigation Division was able to identify subject LaRocca was standing next to the suspect, throwing fireworks at the officers. It was determined during the preliminary investigation that subject LaRocca was inadvertently struck in the forehead with a 40mm less lethal round, causing his injuries and his hospitalization. During this event, there were no other reported injuries to anyone in the crowd. Officers did suffer injuries from cuts and abrasions and objects being thrown, including exploding fireworks. Fortunately, none of those injuries were serious or required hospitalization. Again, this is a late report based on the follow-up investigation that occurred, and this investigation will be completed by force investigation and the matter brought before this board as each of these categorical use of force occur. Second event is an officer-involved shooting that occurred in the Newton area on July 2nd at approximately 9:41 in the evening. Then uniformed GED officers from Newton area assigned or observed a male, later identified as Jesus Rodolfo Torres, walking in the area of 36th Place and Maple Avenue. Officers believed Mr. Torres was under the influence and decided to detain him. An officer-initiated pet stop occurred, and reportedly Mr. Torres deliberately walked away from the officers with both hands in his pockets. He continued to refuse to comply, prompting additional resources to respond. On arrival of those added resources, a less lethal deployment occurred with a 40mm round fired at the suspect, Mr. Torres. The round struck Mr. Torres, causing him to fall to the ground. Mr. Torres landed on his left side and reportedly produced a handgun in his right hand. Officers ordered Mr. Torres to drop the gun. However, Mr. Torres started to raise the gun, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. Mr. Torres was struck multiple times, transported to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced deceased. No officers or anyone else was injured during this incident. Force Investigations Division detectives responded to the scene and are conducting this investigation. The gun, which was in possession of Mr. Torres, was a semi-automatic ghost gun, which is a privately manufactured handgun. It was recovered it was identified as a 40mm caliber, 80% arms, and was loaded with an extended magazine holding 31 rounds of ammunition. In addition, a loaded assault rifle style pistol was recovered from within the backpack that was worn by Mr. Torres. This also was a ghost gun or a privately manufactured handgun, and was also accompanied by a loaded 50-round drum magazine. An additional 40 caliber magazine was located at the scene as well. Again, this investigation will continue to investigate the circumstances of this, and this matter will be brought before this board. Harbor Division was the next officer-involved shooting that occurred on the 5th of July at approximately 9:55 in the morning. On that date, Hollenbeck Harbor uniform officers received a radio call of an assault with a deadly weapon, shots fired at 600 block of West Anaheim Street. There, the suspect, later identified as Reginald Humphreys, left the location of the initial call prior to the officer's arrival. While responding officers were in the nearby area of eastbound Opp Street from Roland Avenue, they observed Mr. Humphreys walking on the sidewalk. Officers gave him verbal commands, but he continued to walk and attempted to flee into the rear alley of Roland Avenue. Officers followed Mr. Humphreys in their police vehicle. As officers contacted Mr. Humphrey, they observed him armed with a handgun. Reportedly, Mr. Humphrey suddenly pointed a handgun at officers, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. After the officer-involved shooting, Mr. Humphrey continued to hold the handgun and refused to follow officers' command. Responding officers deployed a beanbag shotgun, which is a less lethal munition, and struck him with 2 separate less lethal rounds. Mr. Humphreys then dropped the handgun and was taken into custody. He was later transported to Harbor to a nearby hospital and with two gunshot wounds to his abdomen. Unfortunately, he was later declared deceased from his injuries. No officers were injured during this incident, and a .380 semi-automatic handgun was recovered at the scene. The make and model of the handgun had been obliterated. This next event is a contact with a canine, which resulted in a hospitalization, which by the categorical use of force policy results in this investigation being escalated to a force investigation. So in Rampart on the 5th of July at approximately 10:22 in the evening, Rampart uniformed gang enforcement officers observed an individual later identified as Eric Patterson, male, Caucasian, 27 years of age, who they knew to have an active fugitive warrant. Officers began to approach Mr. Patterson, who turned and fled on foot. After a short foot pursuit, officers established a perimeter and requested the assistance of Metropolitan Canine Resources. Metropolitan Canine officers conducted a search and located Patterson hiding in the shrubbery behind the 1500 block of West Temple Avenue, resulting in a canine contact. Patterson was subsequently taken into custody without further incident and transported to a nearby hospital. Approximately 4 hours later, he was admitted for injuries sustained to his right arm during the canine contact. A .380 semi-automatic handgun was recovered at the scene. No officers were injured during this incident. And again, this will be a Force Investigation Division matter. The next incident occurred on July 7th at approximately 5 p.m. and was an officer-involved shooting. On that date, West Los Angeles uniformed personnel received a radio call of an assault with a deadly weapon, suspect armed with a knife. The first police unit arrived alone, a uniformed supervisor. Upon arrival, a security guard of a nearby parking lot waved to the sergeant and indicated that the suspect, later identified as Felipe Guerrero, a male Hispanic, 36 years, was walking on a sidewalk just east of their location. Sergeant parked his vehicle, deployed on the driver's side, and began to yell commands at Mr. Guerrero. Mr. Guerrero refused to comply with commands and began to walk towards the supervisor with a knife. As the supervisor continued to issue commands, Mr. Guerrero reportedly ran towards the sergeant armed with a knife, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. After the officer-involved shooting team was formed, Mr. Guerrero was taken into custody with gunshot wounds to his chest and abdomen. He was later pronounced deceased from his injuries. Force Investigation Division responded. The supervisor involved sustained a minor complaint of pain injury to his arm. A 3-inch fixed blade knife was recovered from the scene. Lastly, a law enforcement related injury occurred on the 7th of July at approximately 6:13 at night in the Newton area. Newton uniformed patrol officers responded to a report of a male possibly suffering from a stab wound in front of the Jack in the Box restaurant located in the 7100 block of South Broadway. When officers arrived, they were directed to the suspect, who was located a short distance away and was appearing to challenge another male to a fight. The investigation later determined that the individual, identified as Max Kleiner, a male white, 30 years, had punched this individual in the face without provocation. As officers approached the man to investigate, Mr. Kleiner stepped onto the roadway, raised his fist in a fighting stance, and began walking towards the officers while yelling obscenities. The officers gave him several commands to stop and warned that a taser would be utilized if he did not comply. Despite that warning, Kleiner continued to advance towards the officers with his fist raised. As Kleiner closed the distance to within 3 to 5 feet, one of the officers deployed his taser, striking Mr. Kleiner in his front torso. He fell back at that point and struck his head on the pavement. He was then taken into custody without further incident. As a result of this fall, Mr. Kleiner sustained a laceration to the back of his head. He's treated by paramedics and transported to a nearby hospital. It was eventually determined that the head injury caused a brain bleed. He was subsequently admitted for observation. The individual who was initially attacked by Mr. Kleiner declined to prosecute or press charges, and so a battery report was completed in lieu of a physical arrest. Neither of the officers sustained injuries during this event. In recap, this now accounts for 18 officer-involved shootings this year versus 19 last year, 8 fatalities this year versus 7 last year. Our 4-year average are 17 officer-involved shootings. Our 4-year average for fatalities is just under 7. In a quick snapshot, an update as far as the nature of these 18 officer-involved shootings, a couple points I'd like to make and identify. As far as the number of officer-involved shootings involving a firearm, we've seen an increase where 13 of our officer-involved shootings involved a firearm this year. Last year, that number was 10. So 72% of our officer-involved shootings this year involve a firearm. That's the highest percentage since 2011. And looking at the nature of those officer-involved shootings and the firearms that are involved, we've seen that of the 13 officer-involved shootings involving a firearm, 8 involved a ghost gun or a privately manufactured gun. Last year, of the 10 officer-involved shootings that had a firearm, 4 involved a ghost gun. So 44% of our officer-involved shootings involve people carrying privately manufactured guns, also commonly referred to as ghost guns, and 62% of the firearms being used by individuals and resulting in officer-involved shootings are ghost guns. This continues to point out the severity of the significance of the prevalence of ghost guns or these privately manufactured guns that we're seeing across our community. Our efforts in dealing and confronting these dangerous situations is continue to stress training and development and expectations of our people for de-escalation, to find alternatives to the use of deadly force, and also fire control and good effective command and control to limit the number of officers involved in any of these deadly encounters, while at the same time ensuring the safety of our personnel and the personnel in the communities in which we find ourselves. Moving next to the crime picture. Year to date, we closed on Saturday with 199 homicides versus 198 last year, which is one additional or just about a 0.5% increase. Our total violent crime is at 6.9% of an increase year over year, and over a 2-year period at 13.7%. Areas of challenge continue to be at our robberies and our aggravated assaults. Though this last reporting period, we did see improvements in both those categories. In regards to property crime, we have a 13.1% increase. We see increases in each of the areas of property crime, an overall increase of 11.5% for Part 1 crime. And looking at the shooting violence over the last 4 weeks, it's essentially flat from where it was last year. We had 133 shooting victims these last 4 weeks. Last year in 2021, that number was 132. The improvement we did see is in the last 4 weeks, we had 35 homicides, whereas last year at the same time, we had 47. So while we entered into June with an overall increase of homicides year over year, we have seen some improvement in that area, where essentially we're flat in the number of homicides this year versus last. The numbers are varying by 1 or 2 in either direction of last year's numbers. But I take very little solace in that, recognizing that the shooting violence and homicides in 2021 were a 15-year high. As we come into the summer, I am encouraged by the recently approved budget, which is going to allow the department to invest in a violent crime task force initiatives that will be able to augment our uniform patrols, foot beats, our presence in our communities that we see, whether it be instances of commercial robberies or street robberies or violence in our neighborhoods. We're also augmenting our efforts to identify gun traffickers, those that are bringing these guns to the street, to make those arrests in an effort to curtail the prevalence of guns. Year to date, we have booked 3,556 firearms into the department. Of that, 754, 21% are ghost guns. We only have to look back to a few years ago where that number would have been fewer than 100, maybe 100, 150. So the prevalence of these guns, prevalence of overall gun violence is our most pressing challenge, and one that we'll continue to utilize every strategy, both in countering this with outreach and engagement. This Wednesday, we begin our Summer Night Lights program, which will be programs after nearly 3-year hiatus that will open up our parks and throughout our city, allow our communities to come out, work and enjoy in recreational activities for the entire family. There will be food and games, and also a safe environment. We'll have dedicated officers in each of those parks to ensure safe passage of everyone that comes to enjoy these, as well as our continued outreach and engagement, whether it be through the Community Safety Partnership, those 10 sites, or throughout each of our neighborhoods that we have officers engaged in building with our community relationships and trust. In addition to that, and the foot beats and the added visible patrols that we're embarking on these next 90 to 120 days as part of our violent crime reduction efforts, our enforcement efforts also are being amplified. I want to call out on a recurring basis now arrests that are being made by our follow-off task force out of robbery homicide. We're seeing on a weekly basis individuals that have committed these crimes over the last 30 to 60 days that are being identified and are being brought before the criminal justice system. I'm also thankful that we're seeing enhanced gun enhancements and other significant charges that are resulting from these arrests as a means of countering this these increases in violence that we've seen over these last 2, now 3 years. Lastly, I'll move to our personnel status. As of July 2nd, we have fallen below 9,300 sworn personnel. We're at 9,280 personnel. As a reminder, our sworn strength ending this fiscal year, which ended on June 30th, was 9,706. This is 426 fewer sworn police officers. Our civilian picture is a little better. We improved by 9 additional civilian hires with 2,678. However, we're still underemployed. I want to thank the personnel department with the support of the mayor and the city council that allowed us to announce on Friday a hiring incentive program for all city employees to identify qualified applicants that can become a member of this organization in a sworn capacity. Our July class had 36 applicants. 36 people will start the academy class. That number needs to be 60. So I'm hopeful that this incentive program, which offers city employees, both department as well as other city departments, an incentive that if they identify, when they identify a qualified applicant for a $2,000 incentive, $1,000 upon the appointment of the recruit and $1,000 upon the successful graduation from the academy. This program was last used in 2006, 7, and 8, when the department was in its efforts to build, actually essentially from the same position we're in today as far as our staffing numbers. And what it saw was, and I'm hopeful for the same success or greater, was about 150 applicants each year that were brought to the hiring goal of 780 that we have for the department. Our communications with my communication meeting with the general manager of personnel department continues. Our efforts to improve our hiring pipeline today, in addition to this $2,000 incentive for people to find qualified applicants. We certainly are grateful for the Police Foundation and with the support of Commissioner Steve Soveroff for the housing initiative to provide subsidized housing for recruits for the first 2 years of their employment. And we're currently working upon the return of the City Council to petition for a hiring incentive for new recruits. These are all 3 points that were discussed with this commission a few weeks back. It is my belief that those taken in concert with an awareness that we are now hiring within a 90-day hire date to those that are interested, that we can improve the throughput and the number of qualified applicants, and we can reach our goal of 780 of our sworn personnel. For those that are desirous of becoming a member of this organization, however, not in a sworn capacity, I just remind the public that there are hundreds of positions in civilian professional jobs throughout the city, throughout the department. And we are anxious to also identify qualified applicants there and to guide them into those positions. And with that, that concludes my remarks. I apologize for its length, but obviously it's been an extended period and we had quite a bit going on.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief, with respect to crime, there's recently been reported an increase in crimes against street vendors. Can you speak to that for a moment and what the department is doing about it?
Yes, there was a widely reported attack of a woman, a vendor that was in the Slauson and I believe is Crenshaw, and the unfortunate circumstances of a street vendor that a woman came and destroyed portions of the cart, physically attacked the individual. I'm thankful for the investigative work and follow-up by Community Safety Partnership personnel that is part of their safety zone for Harbor Park. Their investigative efforts, coupled with tips and leads from the public, as well as 77th Division patrol officers, resulted in the arrest of that offender just days after that attack. Last night, we had another instance in which a series of street vendors, in what appears to be in defense of themselves, accosted an individual who was drunk, disorderly, and had somehow impacted those street vendors. So the interplay between people who are conducting street vending activities and the public that utilizes those, the department is aware of. We're reaching out to the groups that represent vendors to identify individuals committing crimes against them, to give them safety tips, and to assure them that we will investigate every crime, every attack, and that we'll pursue justice and defend them. Additionally, we are asking those vendors to exercise good business practices as they go about their work and work with the police. Lastly, we're also aware that the vendors can at times become subject to intimidation by local street gangs, and a taxing or pay-to-play circumstance, extortion occurs. Again, it's critical for the department to be brought into those situations so that we can counter those threats to their safety as well.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, Commissioner Soberoff, do you have any questions for the chief? No. Commissioner Bonner, do you have any questions for the chief?
I do, thank you. Couple. First, I wanted to ask about the incident that was captured on video that was has been reviewed, on social media. I don't know all of the circumstances, but it was the image of the suspect that was, I believe, in custody, and it appeared as if an officer kicked him in the head or the face. And I understand that you have directed an investigation into that incident. And the question is, we want to respect the investigation and all the due process that comes with that. But the question is, when that kind of thing happens, is there, virtual silence even within the department and the unit in the, the division, pending the outcome of an investigation, or would we expect that supervisors and others are using the opportunity to, admonish officers and reflect on it and have some conversation really about, how those situations might be handled?
It's the latter, Commissioner. In that instance in which you're referring to, it's in the Hollywood area. It was brought to my attention. The officer was removed from the field pending the investigation. And while I won't comment on the use of force or its the outcome of the use of force investigation or the complaint investigation, I will say that the circumstances troubled me in looking at it. If it's the same video clip that you saw, was a third party that took it during the arrest of an individual, appeared to be agitated, appeared to be resisting officers. But in the course of that, an officer's foot had a glancing blow, is my understanding and characterization with the individual. But it does, the proprietary or the use or the correctness of that use of force is something that we're looking at very seriously, and it is a topic of conversation not only in that command but across the department. We won't judge that circumstance, but it is used as a context of officers exercising restraint, recognizing as they deal with these difficult and chaotic situations of an individual resisting and offering physical resistance, of how they go about coordinating their efforts, physical and otherwise, to safely keep a person in custody and to minimize risks of damage or injuries to themselves or others. And again, we all can look at the imagery and see it. The department does not, the striking a person in the head with their foot or with any impact device is something that we take very seriously. It is one that is not authorized as a force option because of the other than a deadly force situation, because of the likelihood of serious injury or death. Having said that, again, I'll wait for the investigation, and we are tracking it closely. The officer has been removed from the field pending the outcome of that investigation and any resulting action involving his decision and his steps and the actions he took.
With the takeaway being not ignored, essentially, the outcome of the investigation.
No, not ignored. I'm sorry. Let me be clear that this department does not operate in a vacuum. Just as you see these matters and are troubled, and we have reports, and I get reports each day of the operation of an organization of this size. We make course adjustments. We make a refresh. We take steps to mitigate whether we see issues that are developing or patterns and trends. Most recently, the efforts of seeing the fire control, command and control, active supervision of instances involving people, whether it be armed with firearms or other weapons, is something that came to our attention. And again, what are we doing as far as renewing the work of continuing maintaining our people's tactical edge and their proficiency in what we expect them to do whether dealing with persons with mental illness or persons with weapons or persons with weapons other than firearms, as to the topic of of something we might see in a singular incident without passing judgment on that incident, that it has ramifications or could have ramifications on other parts of the organization. So it is a balancing act to the fairness of due process, but it is one also that we don't put a hands off, or we're not going to talk about this until the final results are in, as far as its potential implications on other parts of our operation.
I appreciate that. The other question is, I don't know how accurate the numbers are, but I had seen a recent report that there has been nationally, this is a national number, that there had been an almost 20% increase in the attacks on police officers. These are, I think, specifically, I think it was shootings of police officers. You know, there's been a number of incidents with officers being ambushed, both here locally and across the country. One question, whether you know the answer now or want to send some information, I am curious to know what that number looks like in California and regionally. So that'd be one just specific question. The other more, I think, complicated question is, so similar to what we just discussed about how do you take an incident, one incident, and still have some teachable moments relative to that. How do you, when you see this kind of increase on attacks on police officers, how is the balance struck between, on the one hand, trying to heighten awareness, and you've got, you know, the greater, you know, vigilance and the like on the one hand, but at the same time, you don't want to have officers, just to use a term, to be trigger happy, if you will, in terms of being too quick to fire, or in some cases being, you know, overly lethal in their firing when it may not be warranted. So I'm curious, one, you know, how you strike that balance. One, I just ask you to address that first before I ask another element, another question.
So it is, we recognize that when you see these instances of attack on police officers, that causes a great deal of, can cause a great deal of concern upon the officers as well as their family and their support network. They see these acts of violence, officers attacked, murders that occur on or off duty, and they fear for their loved ones. And you can create a circumstance of a hypervigilance or overvigilance and have an officer suffer not just the emotional toll of that, but their tactical response becomes goes too far, becomes overly aggressive, or conversely checks out, steps off, and says, "I'm not going to get into this situation because these streets are unsafe in order to go about and conduct my patrols." So it is a balancing effort that the department engages in from the very day in which we start hiring an officer throughout their career, is to their emotional wellness, their emotional well-being. Are they ready? Do they understand that with proper training and teamwork and the reliance upon both those, that we can successfully navigate through dangerous and perilous situations? And while we can't eliminate the risk to the officer, we can many times successfully navigate through there without having to see the officer injured or killed, or having to resort to deadly force. That is the essence of de-escalation, is to use time, tactics, cover, partners, added resources, different tools in order to safely resolve situations. And they happen countless times throughout an officer's day, week, and in the course of his or her career, which helps reinforce that this is work that can successfully accomplish this balancing act. When we see officers that do everything, however, right, and that yet they still lose a life, or unfortunately cannot stop the taking of another life or terrible consequence on an innocent person, that does inflict an injury, that does impact that officer's sense of confidence. So what's critical to us is for us to go back to the tenets of what our training, what our and what our guidelines, and what our plan of action is in dealing with these situations, and to show that officers can prevail. One of the aspects of this is showing training scenarios in which officers succeed, not where officers fail, but that they see and they can rely upon tactics and circumstances that they can successfully navigate. Again, this is where, with the added recent installation of the virtual reality system that's occurring at our academy, we're going to be able to put scenarios together that allow officers, based on decisions that they make, to prevail. And that reinforces an officer's confidence, but also good tactics and the reliance upon good tactics rather than resorting to an overreaction. Again, this is a situation where it's at times it's counterintuitive, where a de-escalation may, in years past, it may be force on force. If the counter force escalates, then the department's expected to escalate. And this is where we said, no, when the other side escalates, there's times in which we de-escalate or we actually disengage in order to remove that warring faction of going back and forth, and things just continue to escalate up a chain of circumstances. Lastly, I'll close. That also depends on effective command and control. And this is a conversation that we have regularly with our staff and command officers. Are we using tactics that ultimately have our officers in situations where situations will and can be expected to escalate? Not because of any wrongness on the officer's part, but because the other force in which they're dealing with, the crowd or individuals, are not acting in a responsible way. And one can anticipate that this is going to escalate. And at the end of the day, is it useful in the sense of the public safety? Is the overarching public safety need demand that an officer have that? There are times in which that happens. An officer is confronted with an individual who's escalating, and they pose a serious risk of death or injuries to them, to the public or to the officer themselves, and the officer has to press on with that. But there are other instances in which officers can simply de-escalate the matter, step back from it. The threat is only to the individual themselves. We had a person on top of a bridge the other day, armed with a firearm. How do we safely de-escalate that? Or we did not see that person take his life, nor did our tactics result in us escalating to using deadly force against them. But it is a constant balancing act, and like everything else in life, it's something we deal with every single day with the changing landscape in an effort to deal with it both strategically as well as tactically.
Right. So let me just one more question on this point, because you reported also in your report one of the OIS situations where someone was shot and then shot again, right? But one thing that's as a layperson, it's difficult sometimes to figure out when you talk to different officers. Sometimes characterize these things differently. But you hear things. Some will say that when you're in a situation that may warrant deadly force, that you're going to be shooting until you stop the threat, and others will say, oh, until you neutralize the threat. And in the first case, that may, to me, again as a layperson, it may mean that you're going to use deadly force until there's no need to, which might mean the person's injured, the person stopped, put down the gun, whatever it is, or whatever weapon, or some new fact emerges. But that's different from a mindset that you fire until the person's dead. That this idea that you're neutralizing the threat, which to me sounds like you're saying that once there's a cause for using deadly force, you're going to make sure that it's a deadly outcome. Right. And that's so. Again, I hear different people characterize it differently, but if you could clarify at least what the training is, and I don't want to take up all that time, going into it today, but I really want to understand better, again, what the training is and what the expectation is.
Our department policy is to use deadly force as a last resort. We use deadly force to stop the threat of serious injury or death, the imminent threat of serious injury or death to the officer or to someone else other than the suspect themselves, the offender themselves. Today, I talked about two instances in which one, a less lethal munition was used on an individual we believe to be armed, and then followed by an officer involved shooting deadly force as the individual reportedly raised a handgun. In the second incident, we had an officer that I reported that allegedly the suspect in the harbor area pointed a handgun at officers. Officers resorted to use of deadly force to officers, and the individual fell, but still in possession of the handgun. Again, these are all part of the preliminary findings. And a less lethal round, not an additional use of deadly force, was used in an effort to have the person discard the gun so that he could be safely approached and rendered aid and resolve the situation. So in neither instance that was a matter of the use of deadly force and then followed again by the use of deadly force. It was instead what one would expect, which is the escalation and de-escalation. Now, without passing judgment on the propriety of those, but just in broad terms, the discussion of what you saw exercised in there is what I see exercised preliminarily is a ratcheting up and down on a fact-based set of circumstances. But again, to be clear, Officers are only authorized to use deadly force as a last resort to stop an individual. They are not authorized to use deadly force in some manner to say that the policy of the Los Angeles Police Department or practice is to kill individuals, just to use deadly force until the person has died. That is not the policy, nor is it the policy in American policing.
Well, appreciate that. As I said, to me, I think it's important to give some continued focus to that issue, not only because of the way in which you hear some officers articulate that, which is in some or many cases somewhat different from how you just articulated it. And so one, I just think that's important. And then you just have all of the mindset issues as well in terms of someone trying to process that in the moment. When you talk about de-escalation and all that, we're talking about things that may, the idea of using deadly force and then potentially de-escalating and so on and so forth, that's all hairs of a second, right? I mean, we hear those situations where some officer says, I fired a round and I stopped to assess, and then I fired another round. And then when you see the report, it's no, they unloaded 6 rounds in less than a second. So there's a lot of perception issues around there as well. And so I don't know how to get to that, but I just think it's important at least to make sure that the training is appropriate and people know what the rule is. Before I just turn it over, this is switching gears to the personnel strength.
Mm-hmm.
One is that you mentioned the 9280 is the current sworn strength. And am I correct that that's down from my memory was earlier in the year, you were reporting like, it was around 9400 was part of your report. Am I miscalling that, or am I accurate that you're down about 200 from where you were earlier this year? No,
we're down about 100 to 150. So we're about, I have to go back to my notes, but I believe we're about 94 or 9420 in the first part of the year. What we've seen in the last 6 months is we've hired about 240 personnel, and our attrition is just higher than that. And so that's where we're seeing this erosion. Our goal this last year was to hire enough to build a 9706. We started about a year ago at about 9450, 9500. And again, the attrition has been that the hiring did not meet the goals, which is the reaction of the organization and the city right now is, and by the way, not a challenge unique to us, it's just occurring throughout American policing, is recruitment and retention of personnel. We're seeing higher rates of attrition across law enforcement and agencies, and we're also seeing a smaller recruitment numbers coming into agencies. For the department, we're on an attrition basis that's essentially at the same rate that we've had at pre-pandemic, at about 500 to 525 personnel. Last year, during the height of the pandemic, that number accelerated to just under 650. And so when you hire, we need to hire sufficient personnel to not just meet attrition, but to restore and rebuild the organization that has fallen from a waterline high of 10,100 personnel about 3 years ago. Okay, so when you see the attrition that you're referencing, and then you pair that with the 41% increase in COVID cases, and we all know about the hyper infectious variant that's going around. So is there some point at which you envision the COVID absences, may impact, any ability to meet the patrol plan or any other part of the operation? Yes, we have seen over the last 3 years this pandemic have varying degrees of impact on us. As you remember, during the initial days of the pandemic, with our assignments for sheltering homeless persons experiencing homelessness, we had more than 500 personnel assigned to those details, in addition to people suffering from COVID, and we went into a mobilization in order to meet the needs of the organization. At least portions of the organization did. And then that atrophied down to nearly, we had an entire workforce back at work. We're not at our highs at this point, but we have seen an increase, and this we saw an increase. It was 300, I think the number was 380 last week. That number is now dropped to 340 of our personnel. That number has been as high as 1,300 have been quarantined and off of the work site. As we, again, we're meeting our patrol plan minimums. However, this is having impact on both command staff as well as rank and file. as well as our civilian professional workforce. So we do have jobs and work tasks and so forth that have been impacted because of the absence of personnel due to this pandemic. I'm grateful that the current variant, with the 84% of the workforce vaccinated, we are seeing illnesses that are being recovered from within 9 to 10 days, and the person is back at work and not a hospitalization or a serious lasting effect. Today, we have 18 long haul COVID cases for the entire organization. Those are longstanding absences due to lasting effects of a COVID infection.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief, I'd like to return to the issue of crime and guns that you reported on. And obviously all the statistics you provided are deeply troubling. I'd like some more information, Chief, if you can, on efforts the department is doing to collaborate with federal partners, but also in addressing crime, but also with respect to the numbers you are collecting regarding privately manufactured weapons, ghost guns. How is the department using that data? Are you sharing it with lawmakers? Are you working with other policing organizations to collect the data and present to lawmakers so policymakers have that data and hopefully can present at least some proposals for addressing this significant problem that your data suggests?
Yes, so thank you. Last Wednesday, we held a press conference with our federal partners, with the FBI, with the U.S. Marshal Service for the Operation North Star. That was a month-long engagement where officers from our fugitive section and our task force operations with U.S. Marshals identified the most violent offenders that are currently wanted with a warrant for their arrests that were still outstanding. I'm proud of the work of this during the Summit of the Americas, during the COVID impact on our workforce, yet this task force still led the country with the number of arrests that it made, including for homicide, sexual assaults, robberies, and other offenses. So our work with the U.S. Marshal Service is matched by our work with ATF and with the FBI and DEA, our federal partners in task force operations to impact their respective areas of responsibilities. With the ATF, we have task force operations both in our geographic bureaus as well as within Metropolitan and our gun narcotics detail, our gun narcotics division. The partnerships allow us to have task force officers that are federalized, and we can then identify and are identifying traffickers, not just guys that are gun toting or individuals that are carrying privately manufactured guns, but our pursuit is to identify those that are actually manufacturing these and making for the ready supply of these weapons. We are working with the U.S. Attorney's Office to federally prosecute those gun manufacturers, as well as to federally prosecute those that are come with these, whether it be privately manufactured or otherwise, come up with assault weapons. In regards to the FBI, we have task force operations, again, for violent crime efforts, both in the Valley as well as the downtown and South Los Angeles. These are many of these are, or some of these, I'm sorry, I'll say, not better characterization. Some of these involve organized street gangs, and they're the stranglehold they have at times within neighborhoods of intimidation and the level of violence that we see, and innocent bystanders that are ultimately brought up or caught up in this violence. And we do make arrests for those and make those known periodically. The efforts with our policymakers, let's start at the federal level, is to augment the staffing of our federal partners. This is a conversation I had myself with I'm proud to say, with the President of the United States when he visited here, is to stress the importance as we work in America to counter the increase in violence, particularly in our major cities, is that our federal partners historically have task forced this and surged resources from one major city to another. And yet the federal government and those enforcement agencies have gone through the same attrition of personnel that we've seen in local law enforcement. And so the effort and solution this time cannot just be simply to task force this. These are instances of violence we're seeing across the country and in other parts of the country to an even greater degree than we're seeing here. And so the staffing of those, the rebuilding of those federal agencies is critical, as well as the federal government support of local law enforcement through added funding. And so lastly, on as far as policy, yes, I work regularly with, as a board member on PERF, as a board member on ICP, within the Major City Chiefs Association and the California Chiefs Association, to work with policymakers on strengthening gun laws and also recognizing the unintended consequences of some criminal justice reform that we believe can add or contribute to the underlying sense of safety and not just the perception of safety, but the reality of what elements of society are perhaps being held accountable. So we work on all those levels, and it's I'm happy to say that this is a department, and this was really brought about by under the leadership then of Chief Bratton, followed by Chief Beck, and something I'm inherited and continue to promote is that we have a voice in this across America and across not just a local or regionalized voice, and we need to help law enforcement through the lessons learned here as well as the experiences that we have.
Thank you, Chief. Given the timing, I think I'll leave my questions there. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thanks, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Soberoff.
Chief, while you were talking about ghost guns, I picked up my phone and I went online and said, how do I build a ghost gun semi-automatic? And how do I build a Glock? And the results are just disgustingly stunning at what comes back. You can build them for yourself. You can buy the components. They're untraceable. Just these incredible websites, ghostguns.com, etc. As you talk to legislators or people that can make laws, what's the Achilles heel to stop this crap from being allowed from a practical perspective? What do you see where it's just over the line? The language on the internet is it just says you can make these and nobody can trace them, and you can be using it tonight, and you can make it semi-automatic.
Yeah. So
how do we stop this?
So here in Los Angeles and in California, I'm grateful as chief that we're in a Brady A state, because some of the elements that are promoted in other parts of the country aren't unlawful. Assault weapons, for instance, and high capacity magazines. I will say that some recent Supreme Court decisions have put a dent into California's gun laws. It's a significant dent, particularly high capacity magazines and the issuance of CCWs, concealed weapon permits. So it's not that California is blue skies. We have our challenges, but what we're also doing is looking at what is the process in which you get a privately manufactured gun. Partnered with District Attorney George Gascon, Mayor Garcetti, to petition Visa, MasterCard, and American Express to not conduct commercial transactions, retail transactions from these manufacturers. The Polymer 80 referenced one of the guns that was used in one of these officer-involved shootings that was confronted by officers, is one of those such companies or vendors that sell these weapons to makers. Many times the person end up holding that weapon. It's not the one that acquired the kit. They're being acquired by craftsmen that then see an open market and a ready market for people to buy these in the underground market. And so we need to interrupt that flow. And one of the current petition, and I met with DA Gascon last week on an update on this issue, is he's continuing to push those credit card vendors, interchange vendors to, if you will, blacklist those cells. And I'm hopeful that will take an incremental step, again, of an impediment for the appetite for these weapons in our streets.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. At this time, we're going to go to item 2 on the agenda, public comment. Madam Secretary, please open the floor for public comment.
Okay, our first speaker is W. Blower.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I have been watching your police commission meetings for quite some time now, and I've been keeping a record of your reportings of your COVID cases. I decided to speak because I've noticed a distinct pattern with your COVID numbers being the vaccinated overwhelmingly the majority of the positive cases. While I was a viewer, I have seen on many occasions commissioners actively listening, taking notes, and asking follow-up questions. Thank you, Commissioner Bonner, for lightly touching on it today. But I've yet to see any other commissioners ask questions in regard to the overwhelmingly vaccinated testing positive. To ignore this is appalling and intolerable. Your theme of public safety doesn't make sense when your own numbers are saying the vaccinated are coming down with COVID at a higher rate than the unvaccinated. Your solution is to test the unvaccinated and threaten to fire over 1,900 officers unless they take the COVID vaccine. More and more people are beginning to look behind your facade of public safety and are seeing that your actions are not aligning with your words. It is appearing more and more that the city of Los Angeles is putting the $1.2 billion the city received from the Biden Build Back Better COVID Relief Act over public safety. As you're aware, we are no longer dealing with Alpha, Beta, Delta, or the Gamma variant. We are dealing with the Omicron variants. Omicron came into effect in late November 2021. I feel that accurately reporting the current variant is critical and is being transparent. Reporting on past variants that we are no longer dealing with and including them in your department percentage is irrelevant. The public deserves to see accurate trends within your department. As of today, the chief reported 267 new cases. 79% of those were vaccinated. Let me break that down for you. 211 employees were vaccinated who got COVID and can spread it, versus 56 employees who got COVID who were not vaccinated that can also spread it. This leaves, as of today, your average of 73.11% of your current vaccinated employees are getting COVID versus 26.89% of the unvaccinated getting COVID. Chief Moore, there's 6 times this year that you reported on the COVID numbers that were not consistent with your past reportings. Please provide a breakdown for the following dates: January the 11th, February 8th, March 15th, April the 12th, May 17th, and May 24th of 2022. These dates are missing critical data that is relevant. As of June 28, 2022, DWP has not registered with Fulgent Genetics or have tested any employees for COVID, which is against the mandate. DWP has, however, issued a notice to correct form to employees that did not disclose their vaccination status and were allowed to continue to work. I question if Officer McMahon got the same treatment. As you know, COVID is consistently changing, and we're learning more about it as it changes every day. Why is the city of Los Angeles still using this obsolete mandate when so many things have changed?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 3146.
Says I'm unmuted.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Well, I'd like to speak for 3 minutes if I can.
Okay,
I'd like to thank Willie. He was William Lee. He was the General George Washington's right-hand man. He broke both knees. He was a slave, though, but happy 4th. Moving on, I was on the Metro. I ended up down at 7th Street, had to go across the street, and some BS happened there. I'll go over a different day. Had to get back on the train, and then I look over, and it's real sleepy officer, real sleepy big. Oh boy, just was real sleepy, real tired.
Commissioner Briggs, this
Officer.
has nothing to do with the
And-
matter before the commission.
Madam Secretary, please go to the next caller.
okay, next we have Betty Lay.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on agenda items, public comment and chief's report, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, I support the chief's report. As always, and I support law enforcement, rescue enforcement. And as for the agenda items, I support for A, B, C, D, E, and F. And for public comment, I'm still supporting Officer Will Jones. And people need to understand what the officers were yelling and what the family did not do. This is a terrible accident and he should not be charged. I don't care what anybody else says. I watched the video. I heard the words. I thank you. I'd like everybody to stay healthy and safe, and hopefully we can increase our hiring. And I really appreciate the incentive of 1,000 to get an academy and 1,000 to be hired. Thank you, everybody. Stay healthy and safe. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jamie Cusick.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'll start with the over $1 million in grant money proposed for the LAPD to increase its already hideously engorged budget to target people suspected of driving under the influence. As any remotely non-ignorant Angelino knows, all so-called DUI enforcement conducted by the LAPD amounts to more of the unwarranted and deathly harassment and surveillance that defines all of the department's interactions with Black, brown, immigrant, queer, and poor folks. As a citizen of LA whose voice is allegedly represented by this committee, I wholly condemn the acceptance of the grant money, which amounts to a further escalation in the war on LA's most vulnerable communities. The hypocrisy here is pretty astounding, since there are plenty of LAPD officers carrying out incomprehensibly harmful behavior while intoxicated. Among many of these include May of last year, when a drunk, armed, off-duty cop threatened to kill 2 citizens in Inglewood. 2 years ago, a drunk, armed, off-duty cop shot his friend. 3 years ago, a drunk, armed, off-duty cop shot an unhoused Skid Row resident. The fact that any of these incidents were allowed to happen, let alone happen routinely, are proof of the LAPD's complete disregard for human safety and human life. And to state the obvious, this kind of reckless, insensible, murderous devastation characterizes all of the action that the department takes with regards to our communities. And it's not any less despicable or horrifying when it's being enacted by cops who are sober rather than drunk, or on duty rather than off duty. But the fact that the ludicrous topic under consideration today, whether cops should be allowed to carry while intoxicated, notably only under consideration during the closed session, the fact that this is even on the table is proof of the fact that cops are explicitly licensed by the state to attack people of color, disabled people, poor people, and members of other marginalized communities, and to carry out that subjugation whenever they can, wherever they can, under the influence of whatever substance they might happen to find themselves, with no regard for anything that remotely resembles justice. Also, you all need to make these meetings in person again and increase the time for public comment immediately. It's hilarious that even with a $3.2 billion a year war chest and the impunity to run around shit-faced shooting your guns at whoever you want, you're still too afraid to physically face the people who are supposedly under your protection. If I thought you guys were capable of remorse for any of your actions, including the 3 murders you've committed so far this month, your unwillingness to face this in person might make me think you actually had souls. But obviously, if that were the case, you'd all quit immediately. So yeah, I think we can go ahead and conclude that you're just cowards. Thanks, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Tabby.
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I support our officers. I support all the donations. But let's see. I'd like to speak on the COVID update that was given. Chief Moore, do you read and understand the COVID update that you present week after week? I have a hard time following them. Anyone else? How about simple numbers such as we have 20 officers testing positive for COVID this week, and 19 of them have received the shot. From the numbers you have given, it really looks clear that the officers that received the experimental shot that's not approved by the FDA are the ones getting COVID. Very high numbers, might I add. Is this board aware that Pfizer's COVID vaccine, it's not a vaccine, was not 95% effective as they claimed? Data shows it has a 12% efficacy rate for the first 7 days, then falls less than 1%, 0.84% to be precise. Pfizer trials show that natural immunity is 100% effective. And now, if this board is working in the name of public safety, the data is factual, the data is public. Chief Moore, your data is confusing. And it's clear, why does this board not question the COVID? I think today there was a couple of questions. We need to rid these mandates, start boosting the morale and help our officers protect the city. Chief Moore, you said 9,280 personnel are on board, but how many officers? How many officers are on the street? I bet you if the public knew how many officers were on the street, they'd be scared. You have recruits coming in, and that's great. But how many recruits are actually coming aboard to LAPD, and how many recruits are going to other departments? Because they don't want to come to this politicized department. How many of our officers are leaving this department, going to other departments? Because these are well-trained, I think the best in the nation, best in the world. And they're leaving and going other places. And I want to mention soft on crime, Monica Rodriguez should not have had a hand in moving Cesar Contreras. Mike, I'm still waiting for that meeting. I called your office, no return call yet, but we will have that meeting. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Rolo Tomasi.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right. First, I'd like to address the mandate for the vaccination of all officers. I think what it'll come down to is the standard in the Supreme Court was a 1905 case of Jacobson versus the state of Massachusetts. The court had 4 points there. One of the points was that there had to be a public benefit was required for a vaccine to be mandated. Therefore, this is a vaccine mandate. However, the 2 shots that are available are not vaccines. They are a novel genetic transfer product. They were patented, and you can look this up under Pfizer and Moderna, both patented as gene therapies. So there was a bait and switch with them. As of June 2021, the FDA has only approved 2 gene therapies, and that was after extensive human research and clinical trials. And now we have these 2. Why does this matter? If it looks it has to be a benefit to the public. COVID death rate is a 0.02% death rate across all age groups. With Pfizer, they did their trials, which is publicly available. They determined that you had to vaccinate 22,000 people to save 1 life, while in their placebo group, 22,000, they lost 2. This is how Pfizer got their 100% efficacy. What they didn't tell you was they had 5 deaths from the vaccine and overall 20 deaths from the vaccinated group as opposed to 14 deaths in the placebo group. What that says is that there's a 42.8% more deaths in the vaccine group. What that says is you take a 42% chance of increased risk of dying by taking the vaccine. On top of this, you look at the VAERS system, which is run by the FDA and CDC. Most reported 2.1 million adverse side effects reported in the last 2 years just for the COVID vaccines, more than all adverse effects reported in the prior 30 years for all vaccines involved. Why does this matter? Talk about community benefit. You're giving a so-called vaccine which must prevent infection and prevent the spread. This does neither. That the FDA and CDC have said you can still get COVID and still spread it if you've been vaccinated. There is no benefit to the public. The benefit would be to the individual who has to weigh the risk versus reward. Well, what is the risk versus reward when you have a 42.8% increased chance of dying by taking the vaccine? In addition, what does the community benefit if you fire 1,900 officers, 350 firemen, and over 3,000 DWP workers to the community? So the risk of the vaccines, the adverse side effects, the number of deaths that they prevent, and also the number of people you're going to fire. If you do Pfizer's math and take 10 million residents of LA County and vaccinate them, 22,000, you're going to save 454 lives while killing 1,818. It is not worth it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
2, 1, and 4 in that order.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd like to back up what was said by W. Blauer and the last speaker. On the vax issue, really, this needs to change. We only have 9,280 officers. That's not acceptable. That is a low that I've heard ever since I've been attending these meetings. And people are leaving, they're resigning, they're retiring. They're not coming to this department to become officers like they used to in the past. And why? Because you implement a policy that doesn't make any sense. And when things don't make sense, people become wary. They don't want to be part of it. If you want, morale is low. If you want to change it, Chief, do what needs to be done and let those officers have an amnesty, show some compassion. My body, my choice. I brought that up week after week. We need an amnesty for those officers. We need every hand on deck, everyone out there working that can work and wants to work. So you're sending the wrong message. And if you keep sending the wrong message, things are not going to change. We need clear and consistent reports, Chief. You didn't mention what percentage of those new cases were vaxxed as opposed to unvaxxed. Why is that? Can you just be consistent? We need consistency and cohesion. On crime reports, crime is obviously up. Unreported crime is up. When you call the LAPD to report a crime, good luck. If you can get someone on the phone, that is a minor miracle. And then, so we know that crime is going up even beyond what's being reported. So that we need basically transparency. We need real community policing. I'm glad to hear, Chief, that you have some kind of a chronic crime reduction effort and footbeats. Let's hear more about that. That's a step in the right direction. Last week, I was listening to the meeting and there was a discussion about background and shooting and all that sort of thing. I think the public and the police commission should know the basics and maybe mention BALKS, the acronym BALKS. If you don't know what it means, look it up. IDOL, if you don't know what that means, IDOL, look it up. Stop focusing on gun violence. It's a distraction, okay? And Chief, another thing we'd like to know is how many permits are actually issued by you to the public who are law-abiding citizens that want to protect themselves and their families, because the LAPD, no reflection on the officer. The officers are doing the best they can under the circumstances. Their crime is up, prosecutions, look at the prosecution. City attorney, fewer, district attorney, Gascon. Basically, it's a revolving door of criminals, the same people, probably the same small number of people committing crimes and being let out over and over again. When is this going to stop? Obviously, we need real change. Change. You've got to get back on the right course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Christ, all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack in 3 minutes. Power and strength to all the families been impacted by police violence. You know, y'all have killed 3 people recently. 3 people. And you got cops going on here talking about vaccine mandates, eating up public comment time. It's ridiculous. You know, who's going to be held accountable? The first man that y'all killed that you talked about today, he was intoxicated trying to walk away from y'all. He wasn't a threat, but this man ended up murdered and dead. Where's the accountability? 2 more people killed, dead. You know, these are all black and brown folks, but I noticed the 2 white males that y'all came across that were a so-called threat to y'all got taken into custody without incident. The 2 white people, except for the guy that y'all tased and he hit his head on a pavement and his brain was bleeding, but he didn't get killed. He didn't get shot at with rubber bullets, right? He didn't get shot and killed like black and brown people y'all approach out here for trying to walk away. Trying to walk away. Again, they ended up murdered by y'all. But the 2 white males got taken in without incident, sort of. Okay? But y'all go on and talk about vaccine mandates eating up our entire public comment time. This is disgusting. Where's the accountability? And you talk about guns and violence and AR-15s. What about these white supremacist mass shooters that all get taken into custody without incident? Carefully. Some of y'all take them out to breakfast after they've murdered a whole store of black folks. This is what y'all need to be looking at. Who's manufacturing these guns? Companies, corporations, and the government and the military that fund y'all and back y'all with our money and our tax dollars. 3.8 billion a year y'all get to murder our folks. Let's talk about the Newton station, shooting Newton, who killed Daniel Hernandez, Tony McBride, who are fathers, part of the LAPPL that y'all keep getting money from, all these donations. Let's talk about the cannabis fund on here. Y'all still criminalizing people for cannabis, but y'all want that grant money on agenda item A and B, right? This corruption needs to stop. This police commission is a sham. Nothing's been defunded. Y'all keep getting more money to abuse and kill.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I want to start off by what the last caller was speaking out about too, that how LAPD again is on record to be the most murderous police department in the country. 3 murders in a week is not surprising, and it's interesting that Moore, who's had a front row seat over the last several decades at the LAPD, reminds me of as we would speak about 2012, 2013, 2014, 2017, 2018, and on and on and on, that how the LAPD, their own records would show that they were killing people at record numbers of any other police department. Which leads me to the other thing that last time this commission had a meeting was on June 28th, where we pointed to a letter that over 24 organizations had written to the police commission about this sham proposal of the community police oversight body, the oversight board. And this is organizations from so many different sectors of the population that have completely rejected this option. I mean, the whole thing that was being built upon was this model of ACLU's community control over police surveillance. And the ACLU themselves sent a letter to the commission back in November of 2021, rejecting that model themselves. So here we are, same old sham that completely neglecting the demand that community organizations have set up. I mean, including folks from Youth Justice Coalition, Black Lives Matter, Los Angeles Community Action Network, ACLU, Children's Defense Fund, Community Coalition, Justice LA, and you name organizations, by bringing an outside consultant from the Bay Area and having them represent the community in Los Angeles. I mean, this is the level of sham, because we pulled up public records and communications between TFANC and Brian Hofer, between the LAPD's assistant chiefs and secure justice and all of that. So we demand that you send us an answer as soon as within this week, and completely dismantle this whole creation of the sham body where it is. And lastly, I want to bring up where Moore started speaking about safety zones. And I can't help but remember that how this is such a rebranding of supposedly those safety zones that had been created under the guise of laser zones, where whole malls were determined as laser zones. Gushario Mack was murdered inside Crenshaw Mall, where you had anchor points, and then you had these spread pole hotspots. So now we have this language of safety zones. So Bonner, I mean, I don't know if anybody else is going to even look at it. This is how this rebranding happens. This is exactly how we built, and this is how these programs are built under the same lineage of broken windows and gang databases and predictive policing and on and on and on. So stop.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 1264.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Commissioners and Chief, I support the money the LAPD gets, but it needs to be monitored. It's obvious that we don't seem to be getting our money's worth. As far as the street vending goes, they do attract gang members, and we need to enforce those ordinances that are on the books. A lot of the street vendors have been close to residential areas and close to schools, and those need to be enforced. Also, I noticed that you're putting 7-Elevens in areas where a lot of residential people live, and because of the shootings that we've been having, I was concerned about it to begin with. And I'm not against 7-Elevens, but I'm against the 24 hours that they operate. I mean, obviously those are criminal hours. And also I'd like to mention about the dispensaries. We need to start closing down these illegal dispensaries and stop playing these legal semantics that they're putting out there. It just seems like everything is going towards the criminal. We're coddling the criminal with these laws and with our city council, and I mean even the police officers seem to be going more towards the criminal. I mean, it just seems like we get a lack of enforcement on these incidences. Also, community policing, we need to determine what it is their job and what it is that they have to do, because 5 years and Foothill Division, no communication with the community policing. Obviously, how are we supposed to be able to trust them if they're not even engaging us in what they're doing and how they're enforcing the laws in the area? I'll give my time over to the others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you, Chief and commissioners, for this platform. First, I want to say it's very, very disheartening where the first question out of commissioner's mouth is regarding the video of a police officer, not regarding crime, not regarding how, the Olympian's doing that got her face bashed in downtown just having lunch. It was, of course, to this, video of a police officer where it's obvious that anyone that watches it shows the officers trying to step over this criminal that wasn't listening to the office, and the officer's foot got caught up in this thug's arm and he lost his balance. And it's only evident, but as cop haters would, trying to get that officer in a gotcha moment. Officers knew they were being filmed. They saw the crowd around them, and how ironic that this person was going on to another protest. So in the officer's defense, we see it was an accident. He missed his footing. So with that said, let's talk about the serious things instead of this video about crime in our neighborhood, about an athlete that can't go out to lunch in broad daylight, because this dude that was out on parole, which shouldn't have been, again, assaulted her, almost killed her. It's shameful. It's shameful that it's come down to this. The crime is outrageous. The percentage is outrageous. And, Chief Moore, I want to say this to you, that, every officer is entitled to go home safe and alive to their families. Every officer is, doing the best that they can to keep us safe and our communities safe. And to the commissioners out there, when we go out to Hollywood or we go out to downtown LA, we don't have security guards. We don't have, people protecting us. We have to protect ourselves. We have to protect ourselves. So it's with the highest regard that I say thank you to these officers, because it's, it's not safe anymore. As the sun's beginning to set, we're all rushing to get home. Sad. LA is at its worst. It hasn't been this way since the 80s. I remember the moment someone yelled out to Chief Bratton, "Control your cops." His response was, "Control your kids." We need to get back to that, that mentality. You have 9, 10, 14-year-olds out there committing crime. The North Star operation was a success. Thank you for that, Chief Moore. We appreciate that. And, we hope that we can get more officers into place and more cadets in the academy. And to the commissioners, one of the commissioner asked, what training or asked a question. Maybe a prerequisite should be that the commissioners go to the police academy for 3 to 6 months.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Meg Connor.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Joni Fallard, not Meg Connor, and I'm just wondering why the commission refuses to publish my public comments. This is yet another week the commission refuses to publish my public comments. I believe that this is like the 6th time. So it's like 6 times you violated my First Amendment right, 6 times you tried to silence me. My comments are respectful. I'm not cursing. I'm just telling my truth, which you guys don't like because you can't pimp the narrative. So if you can't pimp the narrative, nobody gets to read my comments, right? I have social anxiety, so I would prefer to have my public comments published, so I don't have to be on here speaking to you guys, and I can't really say my story in 3 minutes. There's not enough time to say my story. But moving on to other things, I wish your police department would stop stalking and harassing and threatening me over your incompetence, over a botched investigation that you don't want anybody to know about. You just want me apparently to disappear so y'all can avoid accountability. You can't fix an issue when you don't want to acknowledge it and when all you want to do is gaslight me. You don't want to say that there's a problem, but how are you going to fix it if you don't acknowledge it? And I know you don't want to acknowledge it because if you don't acknowledge it, you don't control the narrative, okay? Everything that you try to accuse me of, y'all do. Y'all are nothing but a state-sanctioned terrorist organization. The LAPD blew up a South LA neighborhood, resulting in the death of 2 community members. Y'all terrorize Black and Brown communities. You murder a 14-year-old in a shopping center 2 days before Christmas. You killed 3 people last week. Your police kicked the handcuffed man in the head. And according to Chief Moore, he was being difficult. Well, I actually was officer tipping, which I don't understand why nobody talks about this. I don't even like cops, but I'm so disgusted about what happened to him. You killed this officer. Let me see, he had a punctured lung, broken ribs, damaged liver, severe head wound. His spinal cord was broken in 3 places that caused him to be paralyzed. And y'all refused to release the autopsy to his family, to his mother. And you're at his funeral in his mother's face, but you refuse to give the autopsy to his family. And if you do this to your own people, then nobody is safe.
published my public comment. This is, like I said, the 6th time. I gave you guys a month break, but I'm going to start, emailing you guys again.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Matios.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Before I talk about the 3 people killed by LAPD this past week, I want to talk about this whole narrative around violence against street vendors. You can't talk about violence against street vendors without talking about LAPD's violence against street vendors. And even this whole notion that Chief Moore brought up of pay to play, that's ridiculous in a city that mandates street vendors acquire permits. They literally have to pay to do those jobs. So when I think of street vendor violence, I think of what happened in MacArthur Park on June 11th, where the Department of Public Health and LAPD showed up and threw out all the food of all the vendors and prevented these people from feeding their families, perpetuating that violence. And I think it's important that Chief Moore brought up Slauson and Crenshaw, like Hamid had said earlier, that was an anchor point within the laser program. And so just even talking about street vendor safety over there, we've heard anecdotes from Nipsey Hussle and his brother before they had their shop of them trying to vend from the street and being constantly harassed by police. And when they did open up their shop, this Under the Laser Zone became an anchor point, a crime hotspot where it was descended on by police. People were harassed constantly. And now we see that that's been rebranded under the guise of community policing, where Chief Moore just named it as a CSP safety zone for Harbor Park. So, I mean, if these programs like the Community Safety Partnership and community policing aren't keeping people safe, what are they doing? Well, I think you can look at any kind of reform and just see what that does. So you look at the taser, which is like a non-lethal weapon, but we have an instance here where someone was tased and, resulted in a brain bleed, like T had brought up earlier. We look at the less than lethal 40 millimeters. They had said that young man, LaRocca, was hit in the head. And, LAPD doesn't follow its own policy, but by their own policy, it shouldn't be used to target the head, neck, face, eyes, or spine. And so just looking at that and looking at the 8 people this year that have been murdered by LAPD, and I know this doesn't include Valentina Peralta, the 14-year-old, Chief Moore ignores the number of shootings, instead highlighting the fact that guns were involved. Never mind that in most of these cases, the involvement of guns is limited to the fact that LAPD is saying they found guns in the possession of these individuals after they've shot them, right? And that's just so emblematic of the LAPD. Instead of acknowledging the reality of an increase in police killings, they instead spin this narrative about ghost guns, because that'll allow them to continue to kill and incarcerate brown and black Angelenos. Chief Moore's response at this week of bloodshed, his response that he's heartened by this budget increase when this violence is brought up, is just so emblematic, because that expands their ability to do harm. And lastly, I just want to say it's funny when Moore says that LAPD doesn't operate in a vacuum. Of course you don't. You operate in a fictitious narrative that you create and disseminate. Briggs, this 45-minute time limit is a sham. All we've heard from is cops, and my time is up.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MJ King. MJ King, you're on. Okay. We'll go to the next speaker, Haram Cormier.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. I mean, it's ironic listening to Michael Moore and all the commissioners try to spin this narrative like they're victims when we're the ones ending up in caskets. We are the ones dying. You know what I'm saying? If you count the body count of who actually is affected by violence in this world through any means, it tends to be people of color or black people, gay people, whatever the fuck type of people. You know what I'm saying? It's usually not cops. It's usually not white people. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why y'all want to sit here and spin this narrative like we're some type of evil ass devil, or like we got some type of problem that, I don't know, is abnormal in the construct of humanity or something. Like black people and any other type of people that don't fit what you like is some evil. Like, I don't understand that. What's going on with you? You know what I'm saying? What's going on in your heart that make you so cold? You know what I'm saying? Like, the other thing is too, bro, like with this whole 45-minute time limit thing, y'all have so many people on here who come up and speak all this nonsense about vaccines and if you get a vaccine, you could die. Like, what the fuck? What is this? If you get a bullet, you can die, bro. You know what I'm saying? You want me to trust the police? It's just like trusting the devil. You know what I'm saying? They will put a bullet in me because of the color of my skin. Why would I trust it? You don't respect us. You follow us all the time. Y'all talk about cameras. That shit don't mean nothing to me. I've seen all types of shit, bro. I'm from LA, for real. I'm not from Malibu. I've seen all types of shit, and it don't get caught on camera. I'm telling you. And I looked at the fucking agenda, and every time I look at it, it's LAPF, donate this, donate that much. You give this money to this, and it's just like, we don't know where the fuck this money's coming from, but we know the results it has. It results in our bloodshed and our destruction and our harm. And y'all talk all crazy. You can't do that shit around a nigga like me, bro. Because listen, I lost 3 family members in 1 fucking month. How many funerals y'all been to this year? You know what I'm saying? What have you lost, bro? For real. Because this is my life, nigga. This is our life. This is LA, for real. Y'all talk about violence and they never felt the effects of it. It's funny how y'all gonna talk about that shit. White people got the world 2 steps from World War III right now. What is you talking about, bro? For real. I don't know what else to say. All I know is to still fuck Michael Moore and the whole commission. Briggs, you can eat a dick. Fuck Betty Lay. Fuck Steve Rogers and all you punk ass bitches. Fuck y'all. Defund the motherfucking police. Fuck out my face with that bullshit. My time's yielded, obviously, nigga, so cut the shit. Fuck the police.
Okay, next we have Nini.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, so first I want to start off in echoing what other folks are saying about the fact that in the 7-day period, LAPD has killed 3 community members. If I'm not mistaken, it's Jesus Rodolfo Flores, Reynald G. Humphreys, and Philip Guerrero. And the way in which I believe it was Bonner who had talked about, oh, well, what about the police violence or what about the attacks on police? In response to a meeting, right, that y'all haven't had in a few weeks, and don't even give time to talk about the facts that y'all are continuing to harass, target, criminalize folks, and utilizing different things like, oh, they were holding a knife, or they allegedly had a gun. And still refuse to release things like body cameras when it doesn't fit that narrative that you can either edit heavily to release to the community, or that you can continue to paint someone in the way that you want to, when in reality is y'all are licensed to continue doing this. Less lethal weapons that y'all say, or things like officer involved shootings, which is a narrative that y'all spend over 40 plus people on your PR to come up with these responses to deflect from the harm that y'all are doing is not something that is new to us, and something that we see in abusive relationships, whether it's the state or whether it's personal relationships that we have with abusers. And so it's not surprising that y'all continue to utilize these sound bites, continue to utilize these well-crafted speeches to talk about and to dismiss the violence and the harm that y'all do, whether it's kidnapping folks in our community and hurting our loved ones, or if it's the murder or what results in the murder of our community members. And so the videos of LAPD kicking or LAPD officer kicking someone that's already been and handcuffed is something that we've seen, whether it's in protests. We saw the collaborations as well with other agencies. We see how data mining supercharges the violence of policing. And so that's just going to continue to escalate. It's going to continue to target folks in our communities. And the way in which y'all use reform, the way in which y'all use these changing certain things talking about community policing as y'all are getting called out for the true violence that we faced is something that is a playbook that y'all continue to utilize, and that's something that we as community know as gaslighting, as ways in which y'all are continuing to ask for more monies, regardless of how lethal your department is. The consent agenda items, or the grants specifically that y'all are getting as well to continue to have these policing programs, is another way that y'all are going to be able to justify that in the budget.
Madam Secretary, this next call will be the last call.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to MJ King.
MJ King, you're on. There's no response, Madam Secretary.
Okay.
At this point, there was a comment by one of the callers about publishing public comment, written public comment. I'd like to ask the executive director to comment on our policy, the commission's policy with respect to publishing public comment.
Yes, Mr. President. Each week on the agenda, at the bottom of the agenda, the wording is, you may submit written public comment to the police commission via email to policecommission@lapd.online no later than 5 p.m. For this week, it was July 11, 2022. We take those comments and we post them on our webpage. They're posted without censorship. The only thing that is removed is the email server address. So if it's rjones@gmail, then the Gmail would be removed, but rjones would stay. We do not edit the comments. Again, have to be received by 5 p.m. the day before the commission meeting, and they are posted.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. At this point, we're going to go to item 3 on the agenda, which is AB 361. I move that we adopt the recommendation, the recommended findings that are present there. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. At this point, we're going to go to item 4 on the agenda, the consent agenda items.
Mr. President, we would remove item 4F as the chief did not take his travel.
Thank you. I'll make that motion that we remove item F from the agenda since it was posted. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. And then I move that we adopt items 4A, B, C, and D, and E. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. At this time, we're going to go into closed session. See everyone there. Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda item 5A in accordance with, and 5B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
believe we're waiting on Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Bonner is now present. Mr. Tiefenk, can you please report out of closed session?
Yes, Mr. President. Item 5A1, officer involved shooting number 042-21. The commission unanimously on a 4-0 vote adopted the recommendations of the chief of police, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 sergeant 1, 3 police officer 3s, 7 police officer 2s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 3 police officer 3s, 5 police officer 2s. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 3, 5 police officer 2s. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 3, and 1 police officer 2. Relates to item 5A2, chief of police directed use of force investigation 043-21. The commission on a 4-0 vote unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations relevant to tactics, less lethal use of force on a 4-0 vote. Tactics, tactical debrief, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 2. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 3, 1 police officer 1. Less lethal use of force, 1 police officer 1 in policy. Correction on that, less lethal use of force is in policy, 1 police officer 1 on a 3-1 vote. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 2, 1 police officer 1. Lethal use of force out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 sergeant 1. As it relates to item 5B, discussed. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. At this time, there being no further business before the commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. See you next week. Stay safe.